Recording in progress.
Good morning, Masizole. Are we ready to go?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we can start, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair.
I think the Chairperson is mute.
Morning, Chairperson. Oh, morning, DM.
How are you, honorable member?
I'm fine, DM. And you?
I just moved out of, I'm here in Hayes. I just moved out of one meeting just to come and apologize, not to say that I undermined the meeting. Honorable members, no.
Good morning, Masizole. Can you hear me?
How are you, Chair?
Yes, Chairperson, we can hear you loud and clear.
Chairperson? Chairperson. Honorable Chair,
We hear you, DM. We hear you.
yeah, I was saying, Honorable Member, that I'm here at 10 Hayes in another meeting. So the committee knows I'm normally there, but now I'm starting another meeting here. Can I
Okay.
profusely
Okay.
apologize?
No, apologies accepted, DM.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will send that to the meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Masikole. If you can hear me, I think we can start the meeting. Can you agree?
Yes, Chairperson, you can proceed.
Good morning, honourable members of Parliament, honourable Deputy Minister, members of staff, and any representative from Parliament, representatives from the Public Service Commission and the Department of DPSA, Public Service and Administration. Welcome all to this morning's meeting. Members, if you don't mind, it seems like my internet is quite unstable this morning, so I'm going to turn off my video. But as you can see, I got dressed for the occasion and I am present, but I just want to preserve my internet. So please don't mind me. I'm going to just turn off my video, and if any other member wants to do the same, you are most welcome to do that. So let me just proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable members, before we move on with this meeting, I did say welcome to everybody. I would like to just ask if there are any proposers to accept the agenda, and I would also like to just ask the staff to put the agenda on the screen for us so that we can see it. If you could just flight the agenda, please. Honourable Kaba, I see your hand. Please proceed. Honourable Kaba.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, the members in the platform, our support staff. No, I'm just a chair rising to move the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Whip. I really do appreciate it. Is there anybody who would like to second the adoption of the agenda? Honourable Malinga.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you very much,
Morning,
Honourable.
morning, everybody. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you very much. Much appreciated. With that, our agenda for the day is adopted, members. We can then move ahead. Members, building a capable and competent government remains a key strategic priority of the 7th Government of National Unity Administration, and building a capable and competent government means instilling a culture of adherence and of good governance in the public service. Building good governance in the public service is at the center of the department through developing sound norms and standards for departments to ensure uniformity. Human resource management practices remain a critical pillar of professionalizing the public service. The Public Service Commission has conducted a study on leave management in the public service, which provides us with a broader picture on the management of various leave benefits in public service. Moreover, as you are aware, members, June is considered as Youth Month in South Africa. We've also extended an invitation to the Department of Public Service Administration to provide statistics on the impact of appointing youth through graduate recruitment scheme in the public sector. And as we all know, that government has a problem with aging staff. We have a very well-aged public service. We need to begin to prioritize youth employment in the public service. But members, with those few words, let me allow the chairperson of the PSC to provide his opening remarks and introduce their presenter, and thereafter the deputy minister will provide her opening remarks, followed by the DPSA's presentation. And then we will have deliberations after both presentations have been seen by the committee. So first up, the Public Service Commission. Commissioner, I hand over to you.
A very good morning to honorable members, and to yourself, Chairperson, and all other stakeholders who are present on the platform. Maybe I can quickly show my face. My name is Vusumuzi Mavuso. I'm one of the commissioners in the Public Service Commission. The chairperson of the commission has tendered an apology because he had a prior engagement that he had to attend to. I'm therefore duly given the responsibility to present the report as requested by the Portfolio Committee. If I may proceed, and I would want to switch off the video, Chairperson, if you don't mind. The essence of our presentation today is to submit.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, the essence of our presentation today is to submit a report on leave utilization in the public service. And I really appreciated the words you mentioned, that the essence of the professionalization of the public service is something that cannot never be left in the back burner. It's something that has to be put right up front, and making sure that we have a capable, ethical, and an able state that can be able to do its functions accordingly. And for that reason, we then had to look into a manner of collecting information, particularly from PESAL, that relates to the utilization of leave, which includes temporary and permanent incapacity, study leave, etc. And this information stretches from 2020 to 2023. Now, this was a 4-year kind of study that has been conducted, which then had to do with the analysis of the age, the gender, the salary levels of all national and provincial departments. As you can imagine, this was quite extensive. And truth be told, Chairperson, it was quite necessary to collect the data and making sure that we have a sense as to what is happening within the public service, specifically looking into sick and study leave from PESAL, and to establish whether there is any semblance of excessive utilization of such leave. Over and above, it had to be contrasted with the existing policy rubric and legislation, whether this is in accordance with law and with legislation, and of course, with policies. We then had to make sure that in conducting this analysis, we had to look into what is called contingent liability of capped leave and propose measures to manage such liability. But what we're going to do now is to allow or maybe to indicate that I'm accompanied by the Deputy Director General of Leadership and Management Practices, Dr. Sidibe, together with one of our directors, Rinal Singh, who will be making the presentation. I thought it's important to start with the background, just to give you a sense as to what has been done, the extent to which this covers all departments, national and provincial, and making sure that, of course, we submit the reports to yourselves. Part of our functions, of course, is oversight over the public administration in the main, and we account to Parliament, meaning that the 2 levels, at provincial level, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. This is one of our submissions. As you're aware, Chairperson, we constantly come before your committee to ensure that we make submissions and have engagements, and where necessary, effect amendments and changes that may be required to ensure that we can be able to do our work accordingly. So this report is being submitted to yourselves for your consideration. But you will notice also that the report does do a very, very deep analysis and contrasts the prevalent legislations and the policies, whether these have been conformed to. It submits recommendations, and most importantly, it also looks into other means that are necessary to be able to propose measures to address challenges as identified in the problem statement. Without much ado, honorable members, may I then hand over to Ms. Singh to do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. And good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as, again, Commissioner and senior leadership in the meeting today. Thank you very much for the introduction, Commissioner Mavuso. As reflected by yourself and the Honorable Chair, the strategic agenda behind this report was indeed to speak to the good governance and capable states, as well as the processes in terms of the mandate and how this particular study was chosen for the purposes of good HR practices. In terms of the presentation, the outline would be giving the introduction and the basis of the study, the objectives, the methodology. You've reflected already the legislation and policy. We'll just cover it in terms of some of the case laws that we also looked at as part of the study. The three specific areas of leave that we were focused on, given the various issues around leave in terms of the optics with regard to media, as well as previous HR issues around these particular practice. The focus was on cap leave, sick leave, study leave. In relation to sick leave, the focus was also not just on normal, the 36-day cycle leave. It was also focusing on temporary and permanent incapacity. The idea was to also look at the trends around that. In terms of hybrid working arrangements and digital systems, we looked at how those factors affect or have any impact with regard to how people behave with regard to leave management. As an introduction, I think that was fairly well covered in terms of the constitutional mandate of the Public Service Commission and our inroads in terms of good human resource practices in relation to building a capable state. So it's a firm basis of the constitutional values and principles which we purport for in terms of the Constitution. So this report laid the foreground in terms of that process, and therefore that's why it was selected for purposes of further analysis and discussion. The objectives of the study was to assess the PERSAL's data statistics over a specific period of time. And we deliberately looked at the period between 2020 to 2023, which was a 4-year period that we took under the study. And the purpose of that, in terms of the deliberate nature of why we focused on that, was specifically because there was the COVID-19 pandemic, and the intention was to actually now assess as to whether there was any impact in terms of how leave management was managed during that period, given the fact that there was lockdown periods, staggered return to work processes. And we just wanted to see if there was any trend analysis, which we'll be sharing with the committee today. As specified earlier, the data management was just not to look at numbers, but to also look at age, gender, salary level in terms of the dispensation. So we looked at the SMS on its own. We looked at members below the SMS. That's your levels 1 to 12. We looked at gender across the service in terms of national and provincial government. We looked at age across the service within different categories. So each one of these aspects or areas under the factors or the variables under the study was reflected under each one of these categories. So you have cap leave, where we looked at the national and provincial departments at the statistics ending up to 2023. And we looked at the statistics ending up to 2023 for the purposes of understanding what is the current contingent liability for the state, because that is a committed liability that the state will have to pay out when individuals or officials do retire from the service. When it came to leave data, we looked at study leave data. We looked at all national and provincial departments, again, age, gender, salary level, as well as cost implications. Cost implications as to what it would cost the employer when the employee is not in the office, linked to the specific salary level of that employee. In terms of leave data for sick leave, as indicated earlier, we didn't just focus on normal sick leave. We had to also consider incapacity and permanent incapacity leave, which forms the basket of sick leave that's within the public service. We also looked at the legislative framework, policy directives and determinations, and that included specific legislation around basic conditions of employment, Public Service Act, as well as the public service regulations. With regard to leave management, it was just not subject to the determinations and directives that was issued by the minister, because the minister, those directives are issued on the basis of specific resolutions. So we looked at all the resolutions that was issued from, that was undertaken from 1999 to 2018. As well as the most updated resolution, which was the DPSA resolution on special leave, which played a significant role in terms of how special leave is to be managed in the public service. We also looked at specific case law and other perspectives with regard to the practices of sick leave across certain countries, as well as case law with regard to certain specific issues around, for example, medical certificates, and processes linked to sick leave. With regard to cap leave, this is quite, well, it was a very interesting exercise, because the contingent liability for the public service in terms of rand value sits at about 16 billion. There's 189,000 people, officials, who have cap leave in the public service. Interestingly, based on that statistic, you would see that of that 189,000, the total number of cap leaves was 9.2 million. But of that 189,000, about 122,000 of those officials actually are from the health and education sectors, which is a critical find that we have now seen, which means many of these individuals, remember, cap leave was initiated with regard to processes linked to the payment. It was stopped during the period of 2001. So everybody before that could accumulate cap leave. And it is a moving target. It is affected, and the costs go up on the basis of cost of living adjustments, and factors such as promotions and notch upgrades on an annual basis. So cap leave is indeed a moving target. It is a contingent liability for the state. It is something that the state has to pay to the public servant who chooses to retire. The highest number of cap leaves, as reflected, was in the education and health sectors. Of the 189,000 people who have cap leave, 122,000 are from health and education. Just to give you a quick breakdown of those numbers, health has 26,524 officials who have cap leave. Education has 96,096 people who have cap leave. And that raises future concerns in terms of the skills deficit that we may encounter in the future, which brings us to the next point around some of the recommendations that we've made, especially given that this is quite an expensive cost for the state, and it will be a growing cost if something is not considered at this point, because within 5 or 10 years, that's going to be an escalated cost. So some of the recommendations that was made in terms of a potential renegotiation with respect to this, given that leave is a negotiated benefit, actuaries and economists from the National Treasury need to conduct a comprehensive cost-based analysis for the purpose of understanding the cost leave, what the cost of cost leave will be over the next 5 or 10
Sorry, Chairperson, sorry to interject the speaker, but this presentation, it looks like it's not moving, Chairperson. I thank you.
Yes, maybe the presenter can just tell us, is she still on this page, or we see the page called Observations and Recommendations. Are we still on that page?
Yes, we are. We're on slide 8.
Okay, so then it is moving. Please proceed.
Thank you. The other, with due consideration of the available funding that is available, it might be well to consider that 2/3 of the cap leave assessed to be considered that it must be paid out in terms of the current status. So there has to be recommendations that needs to be made by the National Treasury together with the Department of Public Service and Administration, as specifically in relation to the negotiation of this particular practice of leave, as to ascertain what the future costs would be, and whether it would be feasible for the state to actually incur that cost now, or wait for people to exit the system, and it could considerably be a higher cost in future. Another option would be to consider allowing employees with cap leave to buy back pension with the current value of cap leave credits they hold. The GEPF offers an option to purchase additional pension, and this will result in improved retirement benefits. It would then require the DPSA in conjunction with the GEPF as well as the Government Pensions Administration Agency to explore that option from a cost-benefit perspective. And this will then allow the benefits to be seen on both sides, the employer and the employee. But again, it would require a certain degree of actuarial calculations around what would be the cost now versus what would be the cost in future, given the fact that many of these employees are 5 to 10 years away from retirement. Further to this, in terms of the observations that we made with regard to the number of employees, which is considerably within the health and education sectors, there must be an HR planning exercise that must be done by national and provincial departments of health and education, supported by the DPSA in relation to skills planning. It must be considered also with the Public Sector Education and Training Authority that this plan of action must be developed to close the potential gap that's going to exist with regard to mass scale retirements of personnel within these sectors, because it has a massive service delivery implication if there is no plan put in place to fill this particular gap. Moving on to sick leave, the number of employees that took sick leave is graphically represented on the screen. You would see that the total number of employees ranged anything between 225 to 266,000 employees at national government, and the provincial range was between 14,000 and 145,000 in provincial government. And there's a very clear breakdown with respect to each province within the 4-year period and how those numbers went up. You would be interested to see in 2022 how those numbers escalated. And interestingly enough, we went through the period of COVID during 2020 and 2021. The hard lockdowns was in 2020, and then there was a gradual return to work in 2021, and it was full-scale return in 2022. But in 2022, interestingly enough, there was a spike, but it was the new sick leave cycle, which is the reloading of the 36 days of sick leave over a 3-year period. So that began in 2022. So it was quite an interesting statistic to look at the behavioral patterns during that COVID period. This gives you a breakdown of the total sick days taken across the public service from national to provincial government. And you would see the escalation in 2022 when the new sick leave cycle came into play. There was about 7.6 million days taken across that period of time across all departments. It escalated. There was a massive increase considerably across all the provinces as well as national government. Within the next slide, you'd look at the costs. And when we're looking at costs, we're looking at it from a perspective of employees not being in the office. They're not operating. They're getting paid their salaries, but they're not actually in office. So that is the cost calculations for sick leave and what it costs the employer when somebody's not in the office to actually respond to the work expectations. And it has an operational impact. So with regard to the average sick leave days, if you look at the sick leave days in terms of the averages that took place between 2020 and 2023, interestingly, the 2022 spike can be easily seen. The period of COVID seemed to have been the least when there was COVID lockdowns. Sick leave seems to not have the same uptake as opposed to when people started to return to work, where there was a gradual increase full-time in terms of office bound. And in 2022, it went up considerably. And we looked at that, and it was quite an interesting statistic on the basis that in 2022, we then went into the new leave cycle of 36 days. Moving on to temporary incapacity leave. It can be seen in terms of the numbers for temporary incapacity leave, and this particular graphic just gives an indication of how that leave has gone up and down during the years. If you look at temporary incapacity leave in 2020, at the height of COVID, it was quite interesting to see that the numbers of people that took temporary incapacity leave during that period was about 27,853. And it's the relevant days that accompany the number of officials is depicted also in that particular table. What's interesting about this particular slide when it comes to temporary incapacity leave is at national government, you'll see that there was the most leave that was taken in terms of temporary incapacity, almost 10,000 employees, ranging between 10,000 to about 15,000 across the 4 years at its lowest and its highest. And interestingly enough, of that, over the 4-year period, 9,212 employees in correctional services took temporary incapacity leave, and 26,270 officials in the police took temporary incapacity leave. So roughly 35,400 of the 45,000 persons at national across the 4 years actually took temporary incapacity leave that came from the police and correctional services. So that is another interesting statistic with regard to how that leave was undertaken across the 4 years and where it was kind of concentrated with regard to those particular sectors in terms of the justice and security cluster. So the other issue that we've looked at there is the drastic increase in 2021 and 2022, which led to a decline by almost 61% in 2022, before increasing by almost 44% in 2023. So these are very interesting statistics with regard to temporary incapacity leave. In relation to the cost of temporary incapacity leave, again, it's on the cost value of the employee's salary level, together with the operational cost of not having the individual in the office. You would see the graphic in 2021 is quite high, but escalated considerably in 2023 in relation to the costs. With regard to permanent incapacity leave, as reflected in the graphic, over the period of 4 years, there was about 1,392 employees were granted permanent incapacity leave. The police had the highest of 696 across that period. And it was an interesting statistics for national government with regard to how high that number is. But it's also attributed to the number of employees that occupy positions in national government as well. So much of these statistics is very proportional to the number of employees that's within that sector, which is why it was pertinent for us to also look at the averages across the period as well. So that was some of the interesting statistics. You can see the uptake for permanent incapacity, and I think I just need to reflect a little bit about how permanent incapacity leave works. Temporary incapacity leave is employee initiated. So when an employee runs out of the 36 days that's allotted to them in the 3-year cycle, they can apply for temporary incapacity leave, which is subject to an application process linked to an assessment of that particular application, where they can be granted or not the temporary incapacity leave. With regard to permanent incapacity leave, it's slightly different. It is employer initiated, and it's based on whether there needs to be modifications to an individual's workspace with regard to the duties that they are expected to perform, or if a person is too ill to continue with employment. There has to be a process where a person is then allowed to be granted this kind of leave by the employer, subject to specific criteria. And the employer then determines after that process whether the person is still fit for duty or should then be put on put on ill health, or take the option of ill health retirement, or leave the service in terms of the permanent incapacity. So those are also some interesting facts that we incurred as we were going through the study. The cost of permanent incapacity leave, you'd see, because the uptake was very low, it is employer initiated, and it is first subject to whether the employee cannot continue employment within the service in terms of modified duties or placed in a different position. And obviously, these processes are also subject to consent by the employee as well. The costs were relatively far lower than your temporary incapacity leave that we looked at over the 4-year period. The observations and recommendations for sick leave is that the usage shows that an average of 6 to 8 days per individual per annum, except for the Northern Cape, whose averages was between 7 to 10 days per person annually. And the average sick days utilized in 2022 ranged between 7 to 10 days, which is higher in all administrations as compared to the other years. I think we've spoken in length in terms of the COVID-19 virus and the return to full capacity and the surge of the use of sick leave in 2022 when all employees returned to it was full office capacity during that period, as well as an introduction of the new sick leave cycle. Given the average of the number of temporary incapacity leave across the public service is 44 days per year, per year, in relation to the number of employees that took leave versus the number of sick days. This means the absence of the incumbents puts a lot of strain on individuals that are left behind because there has to be business continuity. And on the basis of that, if you have employees who are on prolonged sick leave, it can impact on your ability to deliver services in terms of that department, because the strain is put back on individuals who would have to then fill that gap, who are currently within the department within that space. In terms of the observations and recommendations continued for sick leave, we've made some recommendations on the usage in terms of the misuse, of potential misuse of by employees. And we've indicated as the Commission that it is important for HR units to be capacitated to audit these sick leave records annually, to identify instances of excessive usage so that they are always on top of the processes of sick leave, especially monitoring more around your medical certificates, the proof of application in terms of sick leave to curb the potential misuse. Furthermore, the application process for temporary incapacity leave is very prescriptive in the pillar policy. So that is your policy on incapacity leave in the public service, and such applications must be thoroughly managed through those prescriptions. And subject to the collective bargaining processes, the DPSA should consider the capping of temporary incapacity leave. This is one of the things that we've made as recommendations with respect to the maximum number of days that can be applied by an employee annually, specifically in relation to making sure there's due regard to the severity of the illness or injury. So whilst there's an important aspect of capping, we must give due regard to the illness of the employee under the application itself. Further observations with regard to permanent incapacity leave, the employer needs to be more proactive with regard to signs of illnesses. And that is important in terms of the operational ability of the employee. If an employee is not fit to be in the office, there has to be a process that's initiated by the employer to manage the process of permanent incapacity, either through modification of duties or alternatively the process of exit of the employee via this process of pillar. There must be a continuous education on leave practices, and for that reason, we've also made a recommendation that the NSG must produce, in conjunction with the DPSA as the policy owner, an e-learning course on the management of leave. It is also imperative to look at the role of the government employee medical scheme with regard to more extensive screening services that can curb or potentially curb the use of sick leave once employees have access to these services in terms of the planned activities of screening within departments, if they're more often happening in departments, which give employees the opportunity to actually go and do the screening. You may find that people can catch serious illnesses way ahead of time when they actually attend these opportunities that the employer provides. To manage the reduction of sick leave, employees, the uptake for the employee health and wellness programs, most departments have very, very structured employee health and wellness programs, and it should be initiated and advertised more in departments where serious health issues, including mental health issues and fatigue, is dealt with There's also some nervousness with employees who want to actually uptake this service, and we also felt it was important for us to make a recommendation that this kind of process and program should be dealt with as groups, where it will prevent an employee feeling a bit stigmatized around accessing such a service. With regard to special leave, this is just a high-level picture of the special leave statistics that took place or that was encountered in the public service between 2020 and 2023. Interestingly, during that period, there was still negotiation around the special leave policy within the public service, within the council, within the DPSA. So there was no special leave policy that was negotiated during this period. The policy was only put in place in 2024. Prior to that, departments had their own special leave policies, which you could see a certain degree of inconsistencies in terms of the application of special leave, where departments could decide internally as to how and what type of special leave they're going to allow their employees to take. And special leave does not only include study leave, it also includes sporting and cultural activities, resettlement, rehabilitation, leave for religious purposes, etc. The release of the DPSA resolution has provided some uniformity in terms of what type of leave and how many days of leave can be allowed. For the benefit of this study, we focused on study leave. And the focus of study leave was basically to look at the trends as to how study leave uptake is being taken by individuals in the public service. You would see at national, it's the largest uptake, but that's in conjunction with the numbers of personnel that are within national government. And then you'll see the trends across the different provinces, with Gauteng being the second highest, then followed by KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. So there's quite high numbers with regard to the costs of study leave, but the costs are basically on account of whether the employee is not available, but being paid a salary to actually occupy the post. So the cost is on the basis of the employee's salary that took study leave and was absent from the office for purposes of pursuing their studies. In terms of the uptake at national, the average number of days over the 4-year period was between 8.3 to 8.7, as reflected in the graph. You'd see the numbers are very small in terms of study leave. And with respect to building a capable developmental state, it can be of concern that if you have a range of 17 to 20,000 people, officials who took study leave at national government, given the population at national government, it's a very small number. So with the consolidated statistics, it's also quite interesting when you look at the study leave now in provincial departments and how it featured across the sectors. You'd see Gauteng is sitting at the highest, and KZN, as well as the Eastern Cape. These are relatively high numbers in terms of the uptake of study leave for individuals. The study leave also focused on your SMS, MMS age groups as well. And interestingly enough, if you look at the averages, it's not many days. There's this perception that public servants are not in the office because many of them are busy with studies. But after the study that we did, it's very clear that those numbers are quite small. In terms of general observations and recommendations, in national department, there was between 17,000 to 20,000 employees that took study leave over that period. And at provincial level, between 21,000 to 23,000 that took study leave, and Gauteng was ranked the highest. Interestingly, your health and education sectors had proportionately the highest numbers of employees who took study leave, which is actually very good for the sector. It made up more than 70% of the actual total number of employees that took study leave over that period, which was quite an interesting statistic for us because it shows that there's quite a drive for improving qualifications and upgrading skills within those sectors, which is very good for our sectors, given they are primary essential services sectors. 70% of those numbers, which which is still relatively small because if you look at the total size of the population of the public service, literally 1.4% of the public service took study leave over the 4-year period. And that's quite a small number. Also, interestingly, more females took study leave from both national and provincial departments. And the highest ranked provincially was Gauteng, who had the most female employees who took study leave, despite having more male employees, followed by KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo province, respectively. Overall, national departments had more employees between the ages of 30 and 49 who took study leave across the 4 years under review. I think we've to a certain degree covered this, but it was just the age statistics around that age group of 30 to 49. But interestingly, your age group of 50 to 60 and above had the lowest number of employees who took study leave across all provinces. But there were employees who actually were interested in upgrading skills, even between the ages of 50 and 60. The average number of days, as previously depicted in the graphic, was between 5 and 8 days a year. And the proportionate number of non-SMS employees is significantly greater. So the numbers of employees at non-SMS is far greater than SMS. But the variance in terms of the number of leave days taken and associated costs is reflected in terms of those actual numbers. But most of the study leave days were taken by non-SMS members between 2020 to 2023. And it's also congruent to the costs because more the uptake, more the costs. In terms of further observations, as reflected previously by myself, the DPSA BC Resolution 2 of 2024 was introduced. And this now helps with the potential inconsistencies in the application of special leave in the public service, which is a good move for the sector. And it is important, subject to negotiation in the various sectors, that it may be of value to utilize the DPSA Resolution 2 as a benchmark for other sectors in the public service. I think we've reflected the 1.4% of employees that have taken study leave, but we feel that it's also important that this should be this continuous learning and development. It should be a culture that's fostered in the public service, and 1.4% of employees actually upgrading their skills and qualifications is a very small number in terms of the total size of the public service. The hybrid work arrangements, we looked at the various trends, we looked at the numbers, and we compared it to the issues around rotational work, hybrid working arrangements, and whether there's been an impact in terms of people during the lockdown versus when there was full return to work. And there was significant information and data that we found in terms of, the psychological impact, the employee behavior. And we've made some recommendations with regard to that process, where we feel that in terms of moving towards the 5th industrial revolution, South Africa seems to be a little bit behind in catching up with the industrial revolutions, especially when it comes to systems of IT and processes linked to more flexible work arrangements. These are all vital conditions globally in terms of making sure that employees are able to function from a specific perspective in terms of these particular arrangements. But they need digitized workplaces in order to support hybrid working arrangements. Employees require a good IT systems in place so that they are accessible, and that type of digitization is imperative for the success of hybrid conditions if the public service moves towards those kind of processes. In conclusion, the comprehensive analysis of leave data laid the groundwork for enhancements of applicable processes and practices. The PSC's role is to look at the best practices that's out there, look at the processes in terms of analytical numbers, have evidence-based policy recommendations that can be taken forward by the relevant departments who are like, for example, the DPSA from a policy perspective, to relook certain things, to ease the application of this HR practice, to make employees more able to manage processes more efficiently, to foster good HR practices, and to be progressive. It's important that for departments to understand how modern interventions, such as remote working arrangements and digitization of human resource management practices, can actually contribute to the efficiency of leave management as well as employee productivity and organizational performance. So in the spirit of building a capable state, the intent of this report was to present this data to show employee trends and behavior as well as costs associated to certain leave practices, for the benefit of improving the policy context in the leave management terrain, and for the purposes of remaining compliant with the relevant labor laws and policies. But it must be stressed that leave is a negotiated benefit within the relevant councils, and that's something that is acknowledged in terms of the outcomes of the recommendations of this report. I thank you very much for the privilege of presenting to you today at this committee. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Indeed, a lot of very interesting statistics, which I'm sure the committee will deliberate on at the end. But for now, we will move to the report by the Department of Public Service Administration on the employment of youth in the public service. Can I just establish if the Deputy Minister is still on the platform and if she would like to just say a few words before the DPSA presents? Deputy Minister, are you online?
Chair, we keep on losing you in the middle of the talk. We didn't hear what you were saying, Chairperson. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we are hearing you now, but we will be lucky to maybe start afresh to tell us what you were trying to say to us.
I
Chair.
was just yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's Honorable Langa here. If I'm not mistaken, just at the beginning of the meeting, the Deputy Minister registered her apologies as she was attending.
Thank you very much, Honorable Langa. That is most useful. I was having connectivity issues and I did not hear that. So then that means we can move. We can register her apology and we can move on to the presentation from the Department of Public Service and Administration. Please proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Willie Vukela. I'm the acting DG of the department. Yes, indeed, as Honorable Lange just indicated, the Deputy Minister is quite held right now in Cabinet Committee. Nonetheless, I'm here with my team to brief and present to the honorable members on the progress being made in the employment of youth in public service. Youth employment in public service is positioned as a constitutional, legislative, and policy imperatives. It is integral to national transformation of the country. There are a number of prescripts, number of initiatives that I want to share with honorable members today. I'm with my colleague DDG responsible, Dr. Anusha Naidu, who will just take us to the presentation. Anusha, please proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Director General, and other senior colleagues on the platform. Chairperson, am I audible and is my presentation visible? Chairperson, from my side, I cannot hear.
We are ready for you. You can move on to the presentation. Thank you. We can see the presentation online, and everything is good.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, good morning to the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, and colleagues on the platform. The presentation today by the Department of Public Service and Administration, as introduced by the Director General, is on the employment of youth in the public service. So, Chairperson and colleagues, the objective of today's presentation is to give you a brief introduction, clarify the role of the MPSA and the DPSA emanating from the last portfolio committee meeting. We thought, given an opportunity, let's set the prelude to today's presentation, having identified those roles. We would also look at youth as a national priority in our country. And what does the legal and policy framework say to us and the direction that it gives us? We want to show a little about the empowerment and development programs, how we have created advertisement of entry-level posts without experience, looking briefly at some of the recruitment and selection reforms, as well as those principles that allow for entry and eligibility into the public service. We'd focus briefly on some challenges and strategic levers. It's important as well, Chairperson, that we highlight graduate beneficiaries for the 2023, 2024, and 2024-2025 financial years. We would end then with giving you some data that we have deconstructed and disaggregated on youth employment in the South African public service. In my introduction, Chairperson, I want to say that the employment of youth in the public service is grounded in constitutional principles, national policy, and regulatory reform. We know it is a central pillar of South Africa's developmental agenda and as a strategic priority for transformation. We also saying that in our presentation, we would try and show the legislative and policy frameworks that compel inclusive access, highlighting the structured youth development programs implemented across departments on a national and provincial level, together with our reforms that may justify how we're going to remove unjustified entry barriers, particularly in recruitment of prior experience for entry-level posts. We also further present initiatives to improve youth representation, enabling work exposure through the various programs like internships, learnerships, apprenticeships, etc. And how through policy, we can scale development pathways through partnership with institutions of higher learning and others. We also want to reiterate commitment, Honorable Chairperson, at the outset of our presentation by saying that these efforts are not standalone efforts. They do form part of a solid, coherent strategy where we aim to build a capable, ethical, and developmental public service. But as my good colleague from the Public Service Commission mentioned earlier, to paraphrase, a very future-fit public service. Chairperson, when we look at the role of the Minister for the Public Service and Administration, from a question emanating from our Honorable Potgieter, Section 3 of the Public Service Act of 1994 answers two key critical questions insofar as the role, and for me to abbreviate, of the MPSA goes. Section 3.1 clarifies the what, and Section 3.2 clarifies the how. And what we are saying here is that the MPSA establishes the norms and standards for public service employment. This would include a wide array, a myriad of work functions, which would include, as an example, working conditions, pay, leave, discipline, employment management, and other employment practices across government departments at a national and provincial level, as well as some government components. How would the MPSA do this or does this? Is by enforcing these standards through the issuance of regulations, making determinations and directives, and taking other actions permitted by the Act, which is the Public Service Act, to ensure consistent application across the public service. The role then of the Department of Public Service and Administration must sync, and that's common cause, that it would sync with the role of the MPSA. We must do this, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, to create what we would refer to as the symbiosis between the MPSA and the DPSA in leading the public service on matters of the worker, the employee. So the DPSA would support the MPSA and play a pivotal role in managing and improving the public service. We would set the norms and standards for the public service, and those norms and standards are derived from the Constitution, the Public Service Act, the Public Service Regulations, and all other legislative and regulatory frameworks that would govern employment practice and other practices in the South African public service. We would do this through developing human resources management and development, governance, and ethics policies. We also provide technical support to departments. We would monitor compliance. We would deal with consequence management through Section 16B of the Public Service Act. And we would do all of this to make sure that we drive public service reform and professionalization. Without going into detail on this slide, but we must recognize that our youth is our national priority. We get this from Section 9 of the Constitution, which compels us, it emphasizes the right to equality and the redress for our historical disadvantaged groups. The Employment Equity Act also obligates us to eliminate unfair discrimination. Then we have enabling legislation, such as the Public Service Regulations, which my colleagues at the PSC referred to as enabling progressive access. And in this context, access for the employment of our young people. So these provisions, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, forms what I would refer to as the legal architecture that must underpin inclusive youth employment. When we look at the statistics, and very roughly at this point, because I will give you the disaggregation as we progress, the numbers are saying that perhaps 60% of our young people between the ages of 15 and 34 are unemployed in our country. That's a huge concern for every one of us, Honorable Chairperson. So then the National Youth Policy, or policies together with the professionalization framework and directives and the work being done by the DPSA, together with our sister departments, together with national and provincial departments, must identify youth inclusion. And we must see this as a lever for economic transformation. Honorable Chairperson, if we want our economy to transform, we have to make sure that our youth and the generation that is entering the employment market now have opportunities. We must create those levers so that we can have the transformation we foresee. We would do this, Chairperson, not just for today, but for generations to come. So the public service, indeed, we must offer more than jobs. So jobs is one thing, and offering the job, fair enough, we must do that. But more so, in addition to that, we must offer structured developmental pathways. And then I'm going to show you in a few minutes, Honorable Chairperson, how we're going to strive to do that. So in speaking about the empowerment and development programs, the public service, taking over from the last sentence that I've spoken about, we have a myriad of youth development initiatives. We have the graduate scheme, we have internships, learnerships, apprenticeships, and other structured and unstructured youth development programs. Let me briefly give some content to that, Honorable Chairperson. You see, in the apprenticeship, as an example, we would bring in our young people, we would take them through, let's say, theoretical instruction, practical work, put them through the various apprenticeship tests, and our young people then would come up with artisan qualifications. Let's just take another one quickly. Let's look at our learnerships. Together with the SETAs in our country, we would, as an example, take young people into the public service. We would equip them with the various qualifications, again, through theory instruction, practical application, and they would then come out with a national qualifications framework qualification. We have internship, student internships, where we would build our youth and prepare them for entry into the market of their choice. And of course, we have the graduate recruitment. And here, as an example, if a graduate has got a commerce degree, we would bring you in, we would put you into a financial environment or space, enabling you to acquire the specific skill in finance. We also have national youth service placements with real work exposure and public value, like community work programs, national youth service employment programs, some of which form part of the structured youth development. Now, the unstructured bit will be when a young person joins the public service, they would go through a compulsory coaching and mentoring program. A specific coach or mentor will be assigned to the individual, and they would grow over a 2-year period. As an example, we do on-the-job training, we do shadowing, we even do job rotation for our interns, as an example, our youths, to make sure that at the end, we're giving you a broader exposure. Now, we don't do this alone, Honorable Chairperson. As indicated, we would do the policy aspects of it, but we've also got partnerships with TVET colleges, universities, also with, as an example, our SETAs, and a lot of other organizations and institutions for pipeline development into scarce skill areas and also critical skill areas of public service. These programs are not ad hoc, as you would have heard, Honorable Chairperson. They are integrated levers to build a future public service capacity. What we have also done from a policy perspective, so from the policy perspective, we are saying we have amended the recruitment policies where young people can now join the public service without prior work experience and without formal or qualification. So put differently, a young person in our country could apply for posts in the South African public service, of course, not on a supervisory or managerial or OSD level, but on all other entry-level positions with a grade 12 certificate. This is just one of the measures we're putting in place to help with the high levels of unemployment, to remove any unjustifiable barriers, and to promote the skills development and development of new recruits. This is a reform in itself, Honorable Chairperson, which then seeks to operationalize equity and inclusion by recognizing potential. So early data shows an increase in first-time applicants and better demographic representation. And we are talking about at least 2,620 young South Africans benefited through this reform. Some of the other reforms that we have on recruitment and selection, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, we would have done previously to the Portfolio Committee through the Professionalization Directive and Framework presentations. However, I'm still going to take you through it, but I will be brief this time. As we know, we have the revised public service regulations, which embed fair, merit-based, inclusive recruitment, competency-based assessments for objective candidate evaluation. We also have an email system where every single post in the public service must reach and be accessible to all of our people, strengthening measures to detect and prevent false qualifications and misconduct, professional registration verification, where public servants should be or must be registered with professional bodies, such as the Health Council of South Africa for our nurses, where we ensure compliance then with industry-specific regulatory bodies. And by doing so, Honorable Chairperson, we attempt then to make sure that we are competent and that we can build a public service that's very capable and developmental by remaining within the trends and the patterns of industry. Vetting and integrity screening, conducting mandatory checks to uphold ethical hiring, a process that we also account to Cabinet for, and some of our support mechanisms I've mentioned earlier, such as in-service training, coaching, etc. When we look at the entry and eligibility principles, and this comes from the law itself, we're saying all of our people, South African citizens, age 16 and above, minimum educational qualifications per job profile, equal opportunity that I discussed earlier, and the application processes must reflect equity. It must be as simple as possible. It must be fair, especially for youth with limited institutional exposure when they join. When we look at some of the challenges and strategic levers, we're saying that there must be consistent program delivery across departments. And I think my colleagues at the Public Service Commission in their presentation alluded to a similar challenge, looking at budget limitations which do restrict post creation. We also look at the fact that because of the budget and because of the limited number of positions, the absorption rates are not always high, although we are referring to post-internship. So from a policy perspective, we do have what we've indicated to departments is that as a start and as a minimum only, that 10% of all vacancies in the public service must go towards the employment of youth. Of course, Honorable Chairperson, this is a scalable target implying that year on year, there is that foreseeable or anticipated increase. Some of the strategic parts is that we must enforce youth targets in our annual performance plans, which we are doing. We are also investigating deploying AI in recruitment for transparency. There are some departments in the public service who already have recruitment that is digitized. And we also have policies from the DPSA that would enable departments then to deploy what we can call automated on a lower scale or more advanced digitization. Scaling partnerships with the sectors and academia that we spoke about earlier, and using the professionalization framework as a great opportunity to anchor youth, employment and progression. And I think Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members, what we are also saying is that all of this work is at a minimum. There is still a lot of work that we can do insofar as cutting red tape, reducing redundancies, and reusing that money elsewhere for employment, as an example of youth. So those are some of the options that we are exploring at this point in time. And of course, it's not decisions, that can be taken by the DPSA alone. So we will be contacting, or we are actually in discussions with the other role players, including, organized labor, which I would speak to in just a bit. Then when we look at the numbers going into the disaggregated data now, for the graduates who benefited, and we're just giving you quite recent data. Let's say we're looking at more or less 2023, 2024. And if we look at the various programs from the graduate internship to the student, to the learners, the apprenticeship, structured, development program, candidates on graduate schemes. And I think the South there is meaning structured South African development programs. And then you would see that on a national and provincial level, we do a breakdown on the various provinces, but we haven't received data from the Free State province insofar as what numbers are available there. But over the 2023-2024 period, we've had young people or youth graduates that benefited at 21,863 as a total of that. When we then look at the graduates who benefited in 2024-2025 using the same kind of variables, so we're not changing the variables or the departments, we've got them all listed as you would notice on the left side. And we've also got national pitched right at the bottom. We can go into the depths of it to say, as an example, national departments, we've got about 6,885, going down then to the next highest, which is Eastern Cape at 4,510. If we want to look at a little bit of the middle figures, Gauteng at 1,637, or let's say Western Cape at 1,253, it gives us a total of 23,656. And I think if I were to add the two quickly, then we would come to about 45,519 or thereabouts. When we look at the total number of posts, as I've indicated earlier, I'm just backdating this a little bit to 2022, 2023. So I just want to rewind a bit and start it from that time of 2022. And as we move over to the last financial year, you'd see that at national departments for the first year, 22, we had 695, provincial 647. And then if we move on 23-24, national was 269, provincial was 480. If you look at 24-25, national was 93, provincial is 436. And this is on the total number of posts advertised without experience in the past 3 years. If we were to combine this, for the first year, 22-23, we have about 1,342. Moving on then to 23-24, about 749. And then 24-25, about 529. And if we look at a grand total, as I indicated earlier, young people who benefited so far is about 2,620. Now I'm going to give you, Honorable Chairperson, a little bit of the disaggregated insights into youth employment in the South African public service. If we look at the number of youth employed by the state by age, we have 347,162 young people employed. Now, Honorable Chairperson, if we were to look on, let's say, approximately 1,300,000 of public servants, and let's look at the average age of a public servant being 44. Perhaps let me just put it a little different now. If the average age of a public servant is 44 years old, and we know that retirement is 65, and if we are saying that a youth ends being a youth at 35, we have a window of about 21 years between that group. And at this point, if you look at approximately 1.3 million public servants on a national and provincial level, because, you know, officials would leave and new officials would be appointed. And if we were to look at the youth then employed by age, or the total youth in the public service at 347,162, we're looking at about 27% almost, right? I think I'm trying to round it up, Honorable Chairperson. So 26 point something, 26.7, I'm looking at about, let's say, 27% of all employment in the public service are youth. Let me just quickly go through this then. Below 20 years, about 597 officials. Between 20 to 25, about 41,463. Between 26 to 30, 130,301. And then 31 to 35, 174,801, totaling 347,162. When we look at the breakdown of our youth by race, so I'm trying to take the total figure of 347,162, and I'm disaggregating it. I'm trying to find the nuances and the subtleties of what the data tells us. And the data tells us that in terms of demographics or in terms of population, that African, we have 286 and 12 youth who are public servants employed in the public service. When we look at Asian, we're looking at this little orange line here. We got about 7,202. When we look at then the white, which is the yellow little pizza slice almost, we're looking at 1,800 or 18,587, and then about 35,361 for the colored. Being on, Chairperson, taking the same number now and splitting it amongst the gender, female and male, we have a higher number of female at 217,989 of our young people are female. And when we look at male, we're looking at about 129,173. Chairperson, the last two basic slides on the data that we're going to talk to you about today, and do pardon me for, I did notice the spelling error there. I'm going to give you some disaggregation now on the occupational categories, but I thought let's use the age groups and then pitch the occupational categories against the age groups. I think that also gives us a little bit of an idea, somewhat of a concept, as to how progression takes place in the South African public service. So we do know that we have a hierarchical system, and within that system, there are 16 levels, almost like a ladder, for the lack of a better word. And how does the youth move between that? So if we look at the occupational categories, and of course, I'm just giving some data here, not really going into the nitty-gritties of the job, because, you know, that would be very, very more slides. So when we look at the age group of, let's say, minus 20 or younger than 20 years, you're looking at administrative office workers that are about 307, I'm just going to give you some of the lines here. Then let's say as we move on to professionals and managers, we've got about 21. If you look at social, natural, technical, medical sciences and support, we're looking at about 55. Technicians and associate professionals 5, which gives us, an idea of 597 of this age group and their occupations across the public service. Now, there must be improvement. The individual has come in, let's say at the age of 18 or 19 or 20, and now there must be progression. So we show this progression as an example to say, now between 20 to 25 in the hierarchical structure that I spoke about, these numbers then tend to actually, become quite high. So if we look at, some jobs such as information technology now, we've got 238. If we look as an example, other occupations that can be like HR, finance, supply chain, we're looking at about 16,000 plus. If we're looking at professionals and managers, we're heading towards 2,000. We're looking at the social sciences again, we're looking at about 1,300 there, and a total of, just over 41,000, to be precise, 41,463. And this kind of progresses again, and we go up and up and up. So when we look at the 26 to 30 age group, we're looking at about 130,301 young people. And then as they move with age 31 to 35, kind of ending the youth age, we're looking at 174,801, showing progression through the hierarchical structure I spoke about, amounting then and coming to our 347,162. Then if we look at the other occupations like HR, supply chain, finance, and so on, we've got about 144,658. Going down a little bit then to, security, custodian personnel, we're looking at about 42,877. Going right down on my presentation, if you look at the administrative office workers, we've got about 41,611 and so on. And then on the next one, we're also showing then the hierarchical movement about the number of youth employed by the state. And this now we are showing salary levels. And I think, what's to see is the unskilled moving to semi-skilled, the skilled technical, the professional, and then into management and then strategic management positions. I think why this is also important by salary levels, I did indicate and discuss briefly earlier about the various youth development programs we offered, as well as structured and unstructured programs. And I think, this is also a depiction emanating out of that. So if we look at, I'm going to do the totals now in the interest of time. If we look at unskilled, implying we're going to bring you in, we still need to develop you, we still need to take you through programs. You would come in some instances with some, let's say, theoretical qualification, etc. Let's round it up to 76,692. And then semi-skilled, we're moving up again with 84,237. Now we skilled, we technical, we're looking at 165,441. Then you would move into the professional qualifications, where youth would come with specific professional qualifications, and then they would progress like that within salary levels 10 to 12, which is what we would call supervisory, starting off of your managerial levels, middle managers. You're looking at 20,686, moving into SMS 106 of the officials, leadership, top strategic positions, DDGs and DGs, we are not yet there, and a total of 347,162. In conclusion, Chairperson, then, as the DG opened and said, the objective for us today was to bring the data and have a conversation with our portfolio committee. We wanted to show that we are progressing as a public service insofar as employing young people. But we also want to say that we do recognize that there's much more work that we have to do, which we are busy pursuing. And I want to say that we do have, or in the pipeline, Honorable Chairperson, let me rephrase that, sir. We have in the pipeline voluntary early retirement for public servants. Yeah, Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, that's the one I said I'm going to discuss with you later. So in a minute, it's voluntary early retirement. I'm stressing on voluntary, Chairperson, because we will not push out any public servant. It must be something that the public servant is comfortable with. What I can say is around the modalities for now, there won't be penalties. So if a public servant, as an example, is 56 and decides that they would like to leave the public service, there will be this option for them in future on a voluntary basis without penalties. So our people will not suffer any loss financially. However, Chairperson, this is the concept, Honorable Chairperson, pardon me. This is a concept, and this is what we're busy negotiating with organized labor, the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council and those chambers. And we do have the funding available from the Minister of National Treasury. And we are accelerating through those negotiation processes. So there will be that option, apart from retirement at 60 and 65, 65 being the last age of retirement, there will be that option that we will be releasing soon as that process is done. And we're looking at this financial year, of course. So youth employment in closing in the public service, we do recognize is not a compliance issue. We emphasize as well, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, that it is a nation-building priority. Our objective was to present the priority, the work we're doing, and the work that is ongoing from the DPSA, but also our public service departments. We're recognizing in the end, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, that by removing structural barriers, enabling early career development, and institutionalizing the reforms that I've discussed with you today does present the public service with an opportunity to be a catalyst for transformation. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, my principals, and colleagues in the platform, we thank you for giving the Department of Public Service and Administration an opportunity to present to you on the employment of youth in the month, an important month of our youth. We thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. It is well received. Members, we now have an opportunity for deliberations to reflect on both presentations that was given towards us. I will use the Zoom platform to guide me on hands, and I will now take hands for questions, deliberations, or comments that was in the presentation. I already see the hands of Honorary Kaba and Honorary Potgieter in that order, and then Honorary Langa after that. So let's proceed in that order. And Honorary Tekana after that. I see your hand as well. So Honorary Kaba, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me welcome all the presentation. They were well and good and fruitful, Chair. Good morning, all of you, members of Parliament and the department board who are presenting before us today. Chair, let me start with Department of Youth and Employment of Youth and Labor. Chairperson, in the Department of Youth, Employment of Youth and Labor, Department of Employment, Labor for purposes of policy review to protect government budget of paying risk leave. Is there any way technology can be used to detect numbers of sick note certificate issued by same medical practitioner practice, granting various employees sick leave for investigation of unethical behavior. Since most government departments are still using manual submissions of leave, how are the government department ensuring such medical certificates are captured on the record of employees? How does perpetually taking of sick leave impact on the performance of any employees? Can the PSC further investigate through simple of department how sick leave abusers are performing in executing their task and their performance scoring over the last 4 years? Chair, I was happy and interested when the last presenter of youth labor and employment, about the posters that they are presenting of without experience. Because I'm asking this question, Chair, because we have many youth in our areas where there is our community are most a poor community. I'm interested because I want to take this opportunity to my PCO. If I can be finished with the email address, so that when I'm engaging with youth, I'll give them this email address so that they will apply. I'm interested into all posters, but the most is this one of without experience. With many of them, they don't have experience. They are educated with no experience. Chair, I think the issue of bulk leaves from the health and education. If I may ask, Chairperson, does not that this issue affect the work of this institution? Because this institution, they need more staff. They are also even in the shortage of staff. We understand the issue of the issue of study leave, because they need to be educated as well. But because of this shortage, why are they taking this number to why are we having this number in one department to take leave? Because it will affect the work in the institution, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kaba. Honourable Potgieter, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentations. They were quite informative. I'd just like to understand the concern I have, particularly with health and education, is not necessarily the capped leave. It's more about the mental and sort of physical well-being of those staff members not taking leave. Considering they have to pay out this leave regardless, would it not be better to have substitutes come in and allow these people to take leave? I think long term, they deal with a lot of sick people, and I don't even want to know what it's like to deal with, plus minus 350 kids a day. I think it takes a kind of special person to be able to do that. But are we not worried about their mental and physical health? It doesn't really matter if they save up this money for a pension if they're not able to use it by the time they get to that point. Then with regards to the study leave, and this is a concern I've had for a while, it doesn't appear that the department nor the NSG is able to quantify the study leave being done. I don't think the days are the issue, but rather whether or not an investigation has been done on the actual value of the courses being studied and whether the people that should be studying are studying. And it's not being utilized. And I think, one of the officials mentioned it previously, that they are being used as exit strategies to get a qualification in order to get better positions outside the public service. So I'd just like to understand whether or not the PSC has ever done an investigation into the actual value and whether or not it's possible for us to be able to see holistically what people are studying and what value it's bringing to government. Then I just want to find out if there's been any engagement with regards to the departments of health and education, particularly on the risk of losing experienced professionals, as we know, and I think the honourable member mentioned it now, that there is a shortage of teachers and particularly healthcare professionals, and we saw it in our oversight. So what sort of engagements are happening there? Then, Chair, on the youth employment, and I have a big issue with what's being done, particularly at provinces. There's a lot of politicization around youth employment, and the crux of it is the use of EPWP and temporary work opportunities to kind of quantify or state that there is empowerment, which is not really the case. I don't view that as empowerment. 3-month stint where people are left on their own thereafter, without any certificate confirming that they've acquired any skills during that time. I mean, I met a gentleman once who had been doing EPWP or temporary employment for 40 years. He didn't have a single piece of paper that could prove he'd done any of that work. And I think that is a glaring gap within national, provincial, and local governments. So I just wanted to mention that it's more of a statement than a question. Then it does appear that departments entities struggle between balancing equal opportunities where there's no entrance barriers, with their quotas. And I don't know if there's a better way of advertising or getting this across to the public where people feel that there is there are equal opportunities and they can all apply. So if you can possibly comment on that. And then I'd also like to know, Chair, my last question is, we have over or sort of approximately 700 entities, most of which require government bailouts on a continuous basis. I'd just like to understand whether the department thinks that it makes sense that they are severed from the public service and thus the minister's oversight in terms of norm standards and remuneration frameworks. And considering that they are publicly funded, they serve a public mandate and they require alignment with national employment norms and accountability standards. For me, it's making less and less sense that entities are not reported under the DPSA or report to the DPSA in some form or another. It doesn't give us a holistic picture. And it's quite, redundant for us to be talking about figures when we don't have those total figures. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Potgieter. Honourable Langa, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet my colleagues, fellow committee members, and greet the PSC under the leadership of Ubaba Mavuso today, and also the Public Service Administration leadership. Chair, maybe let me also start by welcoming both presentations by the PSC. And I must also say, Dr. Anusha, I think today sounded far better than what we experienced last week in terms of the presentation. Today's presentation was quite insightful, and thank you very much. And coming to questions, my questions will be to the PSC. I've listed them as below. What specific factors contributed to the significant increase in sick leave utilization in 2022? And how have these been accounted for in the recommendations? Number two, given that capped leave is most prevalent in education and health sectors, what targeted interventions are proposed to address the sector-specific challenges? And number three, what are the potential risks or downsides of offering a once-off 2/3 payout of capped leave, especially in the context of collective bargaining and fiscal sustainability? Number four, how does the average number of study leave days differ between SMS and non-SMS employees? And what implications does this have for equitable access to professional development opportunities? Number five, what trends were observed in the age and gender demographics of employees who took study leave? And how can this data inform future skills development planning in the public service? Number six, what mechanisms are currently in place to detect and prevent the misuse of sick leave? And how effective have they been in practice according to the report findings? And number seven, to what extent have hybrid working arrangements and digitization impacted the utilization of sick leave and overall employee well-being post-COVID-19? And then there's also questions on the recommendations. Excuse me. How will the proposed collaboration between DPSA, GEPF, and GPAA be structured to operationalize the idea of converting capped leave into pension value? And what criteria will actuaries and economists use to conduct the proposed cost analysis for capped leave? And will departments have input into this process? And how will the capping of temporary incapacity leave be balanced with the need to accommodate severe and long-term illnesses without penalizing employees? And the last one will be what standard framework or tool will be used by departments to audit sick leave records annually? And how will uniformity and compliance be ensured across departments? Thank you very much, Chair. I end there for now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Langa. Honourable Tukana, please go ahead.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, the senior management from the department, the team led by Commissioner Mavuso. Chair, I think some of the issues have been raised, but let me also appreciate the report from the department as it was presented. My question, Chair, is on the issue of leave days. I'm not sure whether I heard correctly. It's up to level 12. What about the senior management of the various departments? Why are they not included in the statistics which was presented to us? Those days of senior management, if I heard correctly. The other thing, what does the department do when the leave days exceed the required number of 36 days in a cycle? What is expected of the department to do? In an experience, some officials are using doctors to prolong their sick leaves whilst undergoing other work opportunities. What is the procedure for the department to make follow-up in making verification, because we might have employees who have been on sick leave for more than 6 months or more than a year, but those employees are still in the payroll of various departments. I would wish to be taken through once more on the issue of kept leave during retirement. I heard him saying around 2020, 2001, 2002, kept leave were paid for. Then if someone does not take his or her leave up to the retirement age, what becomes the status of those leaves? Are they being paid for those leaves, or what is really happening? Or the state does not pay for those kept leaves? Because if they are paid, unless I'm convinced otherwise, if they are not taken and they are kept, for me, it will be seen as a way of exploiting government by accumulating kept leaves up to the retirement stage if they are paid for. Then on the issue of interns, whilst appreciating this issue of interns, Chair, some interns are taken for a year, others for 2 years. We appreciate that. But the unfortunate situation is when there are vacant positions in those various departments where they were undergoing internship program, when the panels took other people who were in elsewhere, not in the same departments, then you would find those who were capacitated on streets not being employed whilst there were vacancies. What is being done is that senior management or senior managers are exchanging their family members in various departments, Chair. That can be investigated and can be proved. That you can get Tikana in Department of Health and you'll get Langa in Department of Transport, if I'm a party to Honorable Langa. That's what is happening. And I would wish that be investigated and not to take, because it disadvantages those who have been doing internship. And in most of the departments, they are not rotated, or they don't have mentors to mentor them to a level that they can be ready to do work. I would like to be taken through the process of that and monitoring by the various departments, or reporting that we do have these interns, this is their area of capacitation, and how are they monitored and mentored and tested to have the exit interview to understand whether they've benefited from the programs. Other interns are used as BAs, just BAs, not doing the actual work they have studied for. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. And then Honorable Kelise, you will be the last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe, Chair, allow me to first, before I speak, send my condolences to Honorable Langa and his party on the passing of Babu Stor. I don't know, Chair, but I think study leaves are beneficial to all for the elite. I say this because most of the public servants cannot access it. I'm looking at this report, and 1.4% of employees who took study leave, and the people who benefited from that are the top management. I also think that the issue of sick leave abuse is framed as a work problem, but the report lacks the scrutiny of senior officials who also misuse leave while enforcing like strict rules when it comes to people who are at the lower level than them. So, Chairperson, I want to ask, or I want to know, is that why only 4% of workers get study leave? Why is it that only 1.4% of workers get study leave? Shouldn't like cleaners and clerks also get maybe some kind of upskilling for free? Because if over 20,000 national employees took study leave, I'm interested in knowing how many of these were low-level workers, because you find out that the low-level workers are not getting anything from the study leave. Like I said, it is the senior officials who get to benefit from that. I also, Chair, want clarification on whether Black women in rural areas or rural workers are being denied these study leaves, because I see Gauteng leads when it comes to these study leaves, leaving provinces like Eastern Cape and Limpopo to have fewer opportunities. I don't know if maybe there can be clarification on that. You know, why are the other provinces lagging behind, and you find out that the Gauteng is leading in these study leaves. I'm also interested, Chair, in whether there is anyone who's monitoring the senior managers on these sick leaves, or it's just a rule for poor people, because it can't be like that. You know, we know exactly who's benefiting from this. So I want to know who's monitoring the SMS members on these sick leaves. Because of the over 10 billion, I think the report states that like over 10 billion sick leave costs. Maybe they can tell us how much of this, because I'm saying that my suspicion is that the top management are the ones who are benefiting mostly from these. So of the sick leave costs, are they able to tell us how much of this money is used on top or by top managers? And maybe, Chair, if I can get a sense, in fact, I do get a sense that the report prioritizes the cost saving over the welfare of workers. It is ignoring how understaffing and poor working condition drive these leave or this leave abuse, right? So what is the strategy to ensure that there's no leave abuse? You know, they create or understaffing is addressed and poor working conditions are also addressed, because it makes no sense to me, because it makes no mention of unpaid overtime and burnout and issues which are likely contributing to high risk or to these high sick leaves. And maybe, Chair, I was asking myself, how do nurses and teachers have the most kept leave? Could it be because they are overworked and underpaid? For an example, I think the report does say, like, a nurse with 30 years service has 1,000 kept days, but they can't take them. And this is due to staff shortages. So that needs to be looked at. I think another issue I want to raise is sick workers, Chairperson, having to prove that they are ill. I raise this because I know that other people can be sick but can't afford to go to the doctor. It must be considered that a cleaner earning 5,000 Rand a month or less, they skip this sick leave because the queues are too long in clinics. So I want us to look at that. It must not only talk to elites who are able to go and to the doctor and get doctor's notes, that there are people who can be sick but are unable to go and see the doctor for many reasons, long queues in their nearby clinics, or they don't have money to see the doctor. And maybe the last one, Chair, the department can maybe explain to us the removal of experience requirements, how it's helping if the jobs are disappearing anyway, because I see how posts without experience have dropped in the last 3 years. So maybe they can explain that to us. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I see Honorable Malinga has also put up his hand. Honorable Malinga, you are welcome to add to the conversation. Please go ahead.
Maybe it's a legacy, Chair. Don't you think it's a legacy?
Yes, it might have been a legacy hand. Honorable Malinga is not opening his mic, so I'm going to assume that he does not want to speak.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Let me firstly apologize. Yeah, my signal was too bad. I just came in and out, but I will deal with the issues that I've catch up during the proceedings of the presentation. Firstly, let me greet the leadership from PSC and the PSA. Although I've been covered with most of the questions from my colleagues, but let me start with the PSC. There was an issue of the permanent incapacity leave, stating the 36 days in a 3-year cycle. I don't know whether they can share with us the policy that is dealing with that 3-year cycle versus the policy of the study leave. Let me go to PSC. The issue of the learnership, apprenticeship, student internship, National Youth Service, TVET and university. I just want to check that what is the plan of the department, the 5 years plan in terms of program of developing the youth in the department. And there was a slide that was talking about the removal of unjustifiable barriers. I would like if the presenter can dwell more on that, giving us a bigger picture that according to the department, what is the unjustifiable barriers removal in terms of the requirements. Maybe, Chair, let me pause there because I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have already stated. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, honourable members. Those are indeed good contributions. I think I'm going to, in the same order as we had the presentations, first give the Public Service Commission an opportunity to reflect on the deliberations, and then thereafter the DPSA. Public Service Commission, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and to the honourable members. I must say that these questions are quite intimidating in many respects because they tend to look at things that may not necessarily have been covered in the report. But I would really urge members to go to the full report because what we presented was just a high level insofar as the presentation was concerned. I'm going to try to respond to the questions randomly because I was furiously taking notes, trying to catch up on some of the questions. I was able to note that, of course, for the PSC, there were no fewer than 25 questions, but I'll do my best And of course, my colleagues will help me if I do omit any of the questions. What I picked up amongst others, of course, is the fact that the question of the capped leave seems to be a predominant feature, which in the main seems to suggest that it may have or may require further clarification so that we can then be able to present the context and what it entails going forward. But let me indicate that we did not look into the issue of the focus of what people are studying, for example, if we were to move to the study leaves and what have you. But we can indicate that the importance of departments monitoring this aspect is absolutely important. Remember that our responsibility is to monitor and evaluate what has been happening within the different departments, not necessarily dealing with the policy rubric thereof, but having an oversight of sorts and be able to report and account to yourselves. And when the question pertaining to the abuse of leave, we couldn't really find any discernible evidence that leave has been abused and it has become a systemic issue. And we did not drill down into individual employees' leave patterns as to whether employee A or B has been doing these kinds of leave applications for whatever reason. It has not really been part and parcel of our study. But going back to the matter pertaining to capped leave, it's absolutely important to appreciate that we cannot really prescribe to the DPSA, the National Treasury, and GEPF what they need to do insofar as the implementation of the recommendations that we've actually outlined. It is incumbent upon them within the area of their competence and responsibility to decide what needs to be done. For instance, the recommendations of converting capped leave into pension service or cashing thereof is a matter that the policy arrangement will have to be looked into. Ours is merely to raise the matters and be able to say, indeed, there seems to be an issue that requires attention going forward. If they can be able to respond to it, I think they will be able to do so. So we're not recommending the formation of a particular structure between DPSA, National Treasury, and GEPF. But indeed, it has really become a thorny issue, talking about capped leave being used when one has exhausted their normal annual leaves or leave days and also paid out at the retirement or death of the particular individual. Some of the matters may have to be revisited from a policy point of view, but we merely raising what our observations indicated and some of the recommendations that we suggested. They may not necessarily be definitive, but they may have to be considered for what they entail. Because capped leave, insofar as we are concerned, is something that predates the seventh administration. Capped leave was accumulated before 1996 by most of the employees. Remember, employees would rather prefer to be in the public service than anywhere else. And most employees work in the public service until they retire or they actually exit through other means. So it has become the employer of choice to remain in and not necessarily being able to move into other places. For example, your nurses work shifts of 7 days in certain instances, then have another 7 days to be able to take leave. That is 7 days in, 7 days out. And that is how they accumulate many days. Teachers, on the other hand, did not take leave because when schools close, they were not necessarily working, but they have to do other work that relates to administrative work within their area of work. It's a very complex matter, but I think when one drills down further, we can then be able to find reasons as to what needs to be done. But of course, it will require engagement, not only with the departments, but also with labor to be able to fine-tune all this, because more often than not, leave is perceived to be an entitlement. And I'm putting it generically. There may be leave that is a right, but others are perceived to be entitlements. And how those are actually managed is a very delicate matter. Perhaps I may want to jump to another point that relates to, just quickly, because these questions were quite a lot, and I must say that one could form a thesis looking into them. Going forward, especially within the ambit of the fourth industrial revolution, there may be a need to be able to improve on the technological capabilities of detecting sick leave and the notes that have been provided, whether these are truly sick leave that the person has gone to a doctor and has been diagnosed or detected by a doctor or not. It's a little bit difficult because it's a gray area. We may not be certain about that. The Public Service Commission has recommended that this be strictly monitored and a centralized leave system must be developed to manage leave of this particular nature. With respect to study leave, indeed, the intention is to encourage everyone to apply for leave, for leave. And the leave, of course, is dependent upon what the person is studying for and whether the improvement thereof is dependent on the availability of resources. I don't think that there's a carte blanche kind of situation to say that only SMS level will apply for study leave. I don't think it's something that should be perceived to be elitist in its nature, because anyone can apply for leave if you can be able to give proof that you are studying and this is what you're studying, and it requires you to be able to prepare before and during to be able to write your examinations and post. There are arrangements that are there, and of course, they're not necessarily cumbersomely restrictive. They allow for anyone who really is honestly studying to be afforded study leave. So, with respect to wellness, which is a very critical point that has been raised by most honorable members, indeed, there must be a balance between what you're doing and how this may be impacting onto your life, be it mentally. In other words, I can't imagine a person working hours that are so onerous that you can't be able to take leave at any given point in time. It will be sheer irresponsibility because there's going to be burnout. It's going to affect you, especially health-wise and mental-wise. And it's absolutely important to have a proper life balance in dealing with matters of this magnitude. So leave has to be taken, especially if it is articulated that you're entitled to X number of days per year, and these have to be taken. The capping has been an historical matter that can always be revisited. So the report provides recommendations for mental health and work-life balance as a matter of course. I may have missed others, but I would really request my colleagues to capture those that I might have omitted, inadvertently so, or maybe they might have been a little bit complex for me to remember what those were. Thank you very much. I think DDG CDB is there, and Ms. Singh can be able to assist in that regard. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. Let me just respond to a few questions, and I will request my other colleagues to provide more details. Members, it's important to note that we completed this study at the end of March, and we released the report in April. We have circulated the report to departments, and we have requested engagements with various departments on the recommendations made. And obviously, some of our requests have gone to DPSA itself, National Treasury, the NSG, and other departments. We will follow up with the departments of health and education. So I just want to put that on record that when we complete studies, we then follow up with engagements with relevant institutions so that we can assist them in understanding our recommendations and probably find a way of implementing what we are raising. So we will take those issues into account. Let me get to the issue of study leave. There are many employees who are studying at their own cost, but in terms of the leave dispensation, when they are studying in relevant areas of work that are related to the mandate of the department and or their own responsibilities in departments, the leave dispensation provides for the employer to grant those employees study leave days. I think we are talking of approximately 22 days of study leave per annum. So we just want to put that on record. And in terms of the report, I think when Ms. Singh was presenting, she did indicate that the bulk of the numbers of leave days, when you look at especially study leave, sick leave, they tend to fall within what we refer to as category employees on levels 2 to 12. And these are the categories where we have what Honorable Delisha might want to indicate as cleaners and others. I think most of our cleaners are sitting at salary levels 3, 4, and 5. And then in the same categories up to your 6 and so forth, we have the securities, the administrators, and different types of other employees. What we know from PSC, although we did not drill on that particular issue in this study, is that many departments, especially for their cleaners and securities and so forth, they actually prioritize granting them bursaries to study. And some of our employees would actually be registered into ABET programs so that they can move up the N ranks up to a point where they get your matric equivalent or any other qualification up to the level of their capacity to study. So those particular issues, we did not drill down into them, but we do know that in terms of the guidelines and the frameworks from the DPSA, supporting employees at the lower level, especially those who need to go through the ABET process, as well as those who need to upgrade up to your level of diploma or degree, most departments do prioritize those. I must just put it on record, members, to say a number of departments, in terms of even some of the grievances we have dealt with, and even within the PSC, often deprioritize providing study leave support for SMS members so that we can focus on the levels 2 to 12. So I just want to indicate that in no way does our report create the impression that SMS members are the biggest beneficiary of this. I think what Ms. Singh was indicating is that the majority of the people who benefited from study leave are within a particular age group. And I must say, within that particular age group of 30-something to 40-something, we do have our administrators and many employees who are on levels 2 to 12. So it doesn't necessarily mean those are SMS. But what she highlighted in terms of SMS is that even some of our very senior citizens, if I can call them that way, the employees who are within the age range of 55 to 60 plus, we had a very small number of people who were studying, because this for us was important to highlight as part of the principle of continuous professional development and lifelong learning, as opposed to the notion that elderly public service employees are lazy to study, they don't want to study, and so forth. Maybe that's the reason why we really wanted to highlight that point. I think in terms of teachers and nurses, how they accumulated kept leave, and not just them, any other groups of employees in the public service, including in your correctional services and others, these are things that happened pre the democratic dispensation frameworks that prevented people from carrying annual leave from one year to the next. Our current frameworks from your 1996 and so forth prohibit people from carrying annual leave indefinitely from one year to the next, because the studies that were undertaken at that stage did reveal that people who were generally not taking annual leave, they were actually tapping into sick leave, which means there was an abuse of sick leave because people knew they could accumulate annual leave. We've had people who would have kept leave of up to 400, 600 days, and you're asking yourself, how does this happen? So the new dispensation from the mid-1990s prevented that. But because it was part of the sunset clause, those people who accumulated could not forfeit their days. We do know that in other sectors like health, and then people were encouraged in the 90s and early 2000s to use some of their kept leave days up to a particular minimum to minimize high numbers of kept leave days. from accumulating. And the reason why we are also recommending, maybe this is what is leading to an impression that our report is more concerned around cost saving. We looked at it from the perspective of budgets. We call kept leave a contingent liability because if I have 200 kept leave days and I don't use them, one day I get appointed as a DG. My kept leave payout would be calculated at the rate of me being a DG, whereas I could have actually earned those days when I was still an administrator at level 5. So we are recommending that the employer should look at those particular issues. But I think when we are bringing in the issue of pension, it's also to balance that there are people with kept leave days. Why would they want to go into the third pot system to cash in part of their pension when they can convert? So there are many ways of balancing this. I think we are simply bringing into the picture the fact that what was agreed in terms of how kept leave gets paid out, nobody foresaw the huge financial implication of the formula of how the payouts are made. So we are dealing with that issue at a systemic level, obviously to protect the employees, but also to protect the employer. Let me hand over to my colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, DDG. Honorable Chairperson, I will also just add from the perspective of the questions that have been raised. I think we also need to look at study leave and separate study leave from normal training that takes place in a department. Remember, employees all have to develop a performance development plan. And that's usually paid for training that's taking place within a department based on what was identified in a personal development plan for that particular individual in terms of training. Now, study leave is a different layer of that. Study leave means that you have decided that you're going to pursue a qualification. And based on that qualification, you have the opportunity to apply for a bursary within the department based on the policy of the bursaries within departments. And then you have the leverage of having time off through a study leave policy that will allow you to take the accompanying time off to deal with the qualification that you intend to do. So that is it. We must separate those two. We must never create the impression that study leave, well, only 1.4% of the public service accessed any level of training. That 1.4% was those that accessed actual qualifications to be pursued through study leave. So it's a qualification that was applied for by the individual, potentially has received a bursary from the department, depending on whether they've applied for that, and then sought to get study leave days to deal with that particular study time off. In terms of I think the DDG and the Commissioner already spoke about the planned engagements in terms of the engagements regarding the recommendations being made in the report and how it affects specific institutions that are responsible for the policy as well as actuarial requirements based on those recommendations. It's only the National Treasury that can do a cost-based analysis with respect to the actuaries around what would be the cost today. We've established at the end of 2023, the cost was 16 billion. So by the end of 2025, the cost is probably going to be 2 or 3 billion more. So at the end of the day, they would need to determine whether there's a feasibility in enacting some of the recommendations that has been put through in this report based on their cost-based analysis and the affordability of the state at this point. And it goes for all the recommendations being made. The relevant institutions will be engaged upon to advise them of the recommendations being made based on evidence-based research in respect to some of the things that's coming out based on the different leave categories. Yes, there are policies, particular policies dealing with particular pieces of leave legislation. And I want to go into the cost saving versus welfare question. People have a right when it comes to leave specifically in relation to the legislative framework. We have the Labor Relations Act, we have the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, which is also accompanied by collective agreements that's negotiated in the council that determines the amount of days, the extent of leave, the types of leave. That is then backed up. My colleague from DPSA spoke about Section 3 of the Public Service Act, which empowers the Minister for Public Service and Administration to then issue directives that is going to operationalize those processes from resolution to directives in the public service. So there's a directive that was issued on leave in the public service that isolates specific types of leave, which includes annual capped family responsibility, a whole host of types of leave that the public servants have to their disposal with respect to different types of leave. But the GPSSBC resolution that was resolution 2 that was issued in 2024 was a culmination of a long engagement process between the council and the employer as the DPSA to come up with a centralized policy on special leave, which that includes study leave. So the special leave policy or the special leave, the resolution was then issued by the MPSA as a directive and determination based on what was negotiated in the council. So with respect to that, employees do have recourse if they are prevented from going on leave, because there are very specific policies, processes, and legislative frameworks that have been put in place for this particular HR practice. And the policies and processes are very clear. We must also be mindful of the capped leave and when and what that means. It means prior to 1 July 2000, any employee that had accrued leave, meaning that the person carried over days and days and days up until 2000, was allowed to accumulate that leave. But after 2000, there was a change in the policy imperatives, reforms put in place where people who had cap leave were given that cap leave as a carryover, but nobody could then accumulate leave after the 1st of July 2000. So annually, every public servant gets 30 days of, well, it depends how long you've been in the service, but it's 26 and 30 days, depending on your tenure of service. And that 30 days or 26 days is then you have to use it in the 12 months. Departments also leverage on an additional 6 months to finish that leave, failure which you need to prove for operational reasons you were not able to go on leave. And an attempt was made that you actually did try to go on leave. And then there's a leave payout, which is a separate cost for annual leave. But the focus in terms of this study was not about annual leave. It touched on annual leave on the basis of looking at accumulated previous annual leave that took place before 1 July 2000, which resulted in cap leave that we see today. And cap leave can only be accessed when annual leave is exhausted. So you can understand that many of these officials have already been in the service for more than 10 years. Many of them are close to retirement. So many of them already sit with an allotment of 30 days in a year, meaning that they must finalize those or finish that 30 days before they can enact the cap leave. What we are saying in our recommendations of the report is departments must either consider allowing officials to take their cap leave as part of the leave management process, but that also leads to potential operational problems. Because if a person sits with 100 days of cap leave, they can be away for 3 months. And that's the reality. So the other options that we've put on the table requires those relevant institutions to come up with plausible responses to our recommendations to say, how would it be possible to do that and whether the feasibility of the state allows for it in terms of a cost-based analysis. In terms of the affordability question that was raised by one of the honorable members, this is why we've emphasized the issue around wellness programs and the expansion of every department is required to have an employee health and wellness program. And that employee health and wellness program requires the employer to involve institutions like the government employee medical scheme to actually come to departments and set up a screening center for a few days in the year, where employees have the opportunity for free access to health services like diabetic screening, hypertensive screening, and a whole host of clinical types of screening that takes place within the aspect of the department. What we're saying as the Commission is for the benefit of employees, this should be expanded, and there should be more sessions held within a year, as opposed to twice or 3 times a year where GEMS comes through and handles these screenings. Again, it will require us to engage with these departments based on the recommendations that we've basically articulated in the report. With regard to elites, I just want to bring in the numbers, and I want to stress that the report covered all levels, specific categories of ages. So it was not directed to the SMS only. This is not a research report that speaks to SMS only. It speaks to all employees at all levels within the public service, categorized as SMS and below SMS employees. The below SMS employees that access study leave was between 18,000 to 20,000 over the 3-year period. And the amount of SMS that access study leave was between 291 to 293. Now, that's proportionate to the numbers of employees that you find within these particular employment categories. With regard to the aspect around technology, I think it was covered by Commissioner Mavuso. We've also stressed in our report that the DPSA needs to create a centralized leave management system, which can be accessible by departments. It's imperative that there is digitization of leave management process, because it will quell some of the issues that have been raised by the honorable members from a tracking as well as a monitoring perspective, so that they are able to pull the leave reports when they need to. In fact, HRs in departments can use Parcel currently to do that. And this brings us to the training question that we've now asked around how well are HR practitioners engineered to understand the leave policy and processes. We've had horror stories of people that have been wheeled into the office to prove that they are actually ill. And the employer or the HR practitioners or professionals within this particular scope of HR did not even consider the pillar policy. So it begs the question as to whether they were even aware that the employee had the opportunity to actually, or the employer had the opportunity to consider the injuries and illness of that particular employee and discuss the options available for that particular employee. And therefore, the need for a proper leave management course to be developed by the National School of Government, preferably in an e-learning format, can assist with educating a lot of HR practitioners out there and professionals in the field of this particular practice that of HR. It goes without saying that within the health and education sectors, and I think Commissioner also raised the issue, there's a lot of CPD that's required on an annual basis, your continuous professional development points, especially if you want to hold on to your professional registration. And this goes into continuous learning and development, which is potentially why this particular sector of health and education are often managing themselves through study leave and making sure they're upgrading their skills, which is a very good thing for the sectors. You want these individuals to be upgraded to the latest technologies, the latest trends. So the citizens have access to better services and quality of educated people with the upgraded skills to be able to see to them. So those are some of the aspects in terms of the question around taking leave for health and education. I think Commissioner dealt with it, but we extensively speak to the mental health issues in our report and the importance of driving the employee health and wellness processes. And this is linked back to the fact that employees do have recourse if they are denied leave by their employer. There is processes in place for employees to manage that kind of response by the employer, especially if they're experiencing a level of burnout. But again, it goes back to education around the processes of leave and a more caring human resource section that can understand the significant nature of these illnesses and what it means for the employee. I mean, there's been horror cases recently about employees being recalled and actually dying So these are the sensitivities around the leave issues that has been mentioned by Commissioner with respect to some of the issues that he covered in his response. Aside from that, I think there was aspects around temporary incapacity. What happens when we exceed 36 days of leave that's carried in a 3-year cycle? The public service has a policy on temporary incapacity leave. Now, this is only kicked in by the employee when they've exhausted the 36 days. So you get 36 days over 3 years, and the average employee in the public service has usually used up about 21 days over a 3-year cycle, which in this grand scheme of it is keeping within the 36-day requirement. But if you exhaust that 36 days, you can then apply for temporary incapacity leave, which is subject to the required prescriptions as per the policy, which requires you to submit the relevant paperwork so that you are granted those additional sick days for the purposes of whatever illness you may have. I think I touched on the issue of study leave is not just for management. It basically has been accessed by all employees from levels 2 to 12, as well as your senior management. But I also stipulated the numbers so you can see the significance in terms of study leave at an SMS. SMS make up 10,000 employees in the public service. Of the 10,000, 291 access study leave. So that's also another reality. And I think DDG also spoke to the fact that often SMS is deferred for the benefit of employees from levels 1 to 12 to have access to bursary services and study leave, etc. The NSG has a formalized value-based training program. So when employees go through training that's at the NSG, they have an impact program that they measure the value of that training. So they are the institution that measures their own training with respect to the impact and the value add for the employer as the public service. The observations with respect to the 2022 COVID-19, post-COVID-19 lockdowns. What we observed quite a few things here. The issues around how employee behavior was during that process of COVID. Remember, we were in a significant lockdown for at least about 8 months, 6 to 8 months. And during that period, if you look at the statistics, there was not much leave taken, but there was a spike when we went back to full capacity during the latter part of 2021 to the office. I think it was around October of 2021 where the lockdown restrictions were fully lifted and people could return. It was a gradual return to office during that kind of period. And during that period, we found that it was interesting that when you got allotted your new 36 days, that there was an escalation. Because usually people who have an accumulated amount of days, on the 3rd year of the cycle, that's where you usually see a spike. We didn't see a spike on the 3rd year of the cycle. We saw a spike on the 1st year of the new cycle. And that leads us to believe that COVID-19 had an impact because when people were at home, they were not exposed to social interaction. They were not exposed to the potential dangers of the virus or any other virus or illness for that matter. They were at the confines of their homes. So those played a significant role in terms of that kind of process. The oversight, I think we spoke about the risks and oversight of cap leave and the extensive recommendations that have been made. The age of study leave, I think it's been stressed by the DDG. The mechanisms for sick leave, the hybrid and digitization for the PSC has also produced a report on digitization of HR processes as well as hybrid working conditions. There will be an engagement. I think there's a webinar that's going to be held by the PSC with respect to hybrid working arrangements. And the purpose of that is to look at the extent of how hybrid working arrangements have impacted on greater productivity and has an influence in terms of employee wellness because it creates a certain degree of work-life balance. So the impact of that's how it was relatively discussed within the confines of the leave management report. Yes, we will be having the engagements, and these are the power of the uniformity of policy helps with the level of consistency from department to department. But where we found that there were gaps, specifically around you have a policy, but many departments are still following a manual process to apply for leave. And that is a problematic process. Hence, the digitization report was looking at how many departments have actually digitized their HR processes. The PSC, for one, has a digital system in terms of an e-leave process, but many departments don't have that. And it becomes very difficult to track. But it still remains the HOD's policy to implement, and HOD's prerogative to implement these kind of practices within the departments, which will ease tracking of sick leave and monitoring effective trends of sick leave. But as I said, PERSAL also gives you that kind of data control. Individual departments can pull PERSAL reports and look at trends and have a look at what's going on. That is the reason why those employees have been employed there, to do that kind of work, not just operationalize policies linked to leave, but actually track how the policies are being utilized in terms of leave, and where there is problems and challenges with specific employees, initiate your employee health and wellness programs. So the report is intricately balancing what is available versus where the gap lies. And for that purpose, it's made recommendations intertwining the two, which is significant in terms of how we expect to deal with the engagements with those departments, to try and engineer a process going forward as to how best this particular HR practice can be managed. Apologies for the long-winded response. There was a lot of questions, but thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much for the response. We then move over to the DPSA.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. Over to you, DG.
Dr. Anusha, thank you very much. Let me start. Dr. Anusha, you'll come in. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me start by a question raised by Honorable Kawa. On the post-advertised without experience, we need to furnish emails for youth employment and then applications. I think our response is quite easy on this one. We do issue circular every Friday, Honorable Kawa. That circular does direct potential employees where to furnish their CVs in terms of contacts of email in that regard. So we are able to ensure that we absorb employees towards that processes. I really want to appreciate the comment made by Honorable Potgieter in that regard. I think the comment that is made, we take note of that comment. And Honorable Langa made comment, completed the presentation that is much better than compared last week. We take note of that improvement. Honorable Langa will keep the standard of improving. And Honorable Dikana raised a question in terms of interns, where there are vacant positions, they are not employed, but external people get preferences. I think I should note that members, we do use what we call the open competition. In government, there's nothing called absorptions. What happens is that where there are positions, we advertise openly, and everyone does apply in that regard. So it's quite open for every person. Honorable Dikana raised a question again on the family members exchanging family members in other departments. They need investigation. I will leave this to my colleague to respond, but it's something that perhaps it will be difficult for us to endure, but we may want to interface. Members, Dikana also raised the issue that in other areas, this youth employment, interns, learnership, they lack what we call mentors, and they are not monitored in their performance, and they don't even do what they call exit interviews. What I can respond to these members is that normally, in the normal situation, we do use what we call policies that provides that interns do what we call PDPs, personal development plans, in terms of their mentorship and inductions. And they do induct it in terms of their work, and therefore it's a requirement that when interns leave, we have to capture the exit interviews for further development and programs. So Honorable Kalisha raised an issue that removal of experience, how is it helping if jobs are disappearing? This is a good question, I must say. But the fact of the matter is that this initiative that we're bringing here today is sought to address the same issue that Honorable Kalisha is raising. to bringing in youth interns in the government system. So that's our initiative. Honorable Malinga raised an issue that what are the 5-year plan for development for the youth in departments, and what does removal of unjustable barriers for removal means? I think the context of presentation of Malinga is to address all unjust, what you call barriers. The purpose that if you look at our presentation, we're saying from level 1 to 4, we're removing experience, allowing to absorb youth and graduates who don't have experience to enter the system. That's the intention. And department within their strategic plans, they'll have to put in their plans reporting to DPME and to us for the process of the year cycle in terms of their performance. So that's the intention. So, Honorable Chair, let me hand over to my colleague, Dr. Anusha, if I've left something out. Dr. Anusha, you can proceed.
Thank you so much, DG. I was going to hand over to you in the beginning, so thank you so much for that. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I think we note all the questions as DG said. I'm just going to tag along here and just add, maybe one or two just to substantiate. But thank you, DG. I think you pretty much covered it there. Honorable Chairperson, on the first question, I've already posted some resources on the chat group, in the chat box, where I'm giving a shortcut that's a direct link to the website where citizens could get the public service vacancy circular, as DG indicated, every Friday. So instead of giving you a long web address, I'm just giving you a quick, snuggly shortcut there. The second thing I'm giving you is a WhatsApp channel link, and that's where our citizens could subscribe via that link, and then even, as opposed to going onto an internet, even though it's a shortcut, they could just get it in the inbox on the WhatsApp channel every single Friday, of course, other than public holidays. When it comes to the question about, province and the provincial politicization, my pronunciation may not be perfect there, but I think what we're talking about is the political part of it. I think what I want to stress here, Honorable Chairperson, there is no law in our country. In South Africa, there is no law in the public service that talks about, and let me put it simply for the lack of a better word, Honorable Chairperson, of a family business. There is no politicization. There is no cadre deployment. There is no party deployment. And there's no deployment for cousins and aunts and, family members. That is why in our policies, we have made it very, very clear that no one is above the law, that every single South African citizen must be appointed on merit. It must be merit-based. That is the determining factor. And if I were to dismantle the word a little bit, merit-based, it must be integrity. It must be ethics and those kind of games. You see, Honorable Chairperson, we have been very strict there as a South African public service, where when my sister comes into the DPSA as an employee, we must investigate it. Bona. Mara, our citizens, Honorable Chairperson, are clever. So now we're getting news which is coming to us for the first time that, it's these other funny things that the Honorable Potgieter mentioned is taking place in the departments, etc. So let's leave it there by just saying there's no law that allows that. And that if there's an investigation and if we find that those kind of misbehaviors are taking place in the South African public service, it is done outside our code of conduct. Secondly, Honorable Chairperson, as I mentioned in my presentation, we will take very, very strict consequence management. On the issue of the quotas or the 700 entities and the bailouts and all of that. Regrettably, members, the law allows the MPSA and DPSA only to function insofar as national and provincial government is concerned. Now, anything beyond that, let's say we go into the local government sphere, or we go into certain entities that does not report under the DPSA, such as, any entity. You did mention, Honorable Member, bailouts. It wasn't blackout. So I'm not going to choose any entity, but it is because of the sectorial law in our country that I'm not mandated, ma'am, and nor is the MPSA or the DPSA to comment on what may take place in those entities, etc. However, as portfolio committees and oversight bodies, I'm sure you can also, reach out there for those departments, etc., to actually very quickly come and account. I want to close up with Honorable Tikana Ma. I think the DG already added there, but I also want to add that in addition to the performance management, interns do quarterly reporting, and departments then must, beside analyzing those exit trends, they must also provide quarterly feedback to their own governance structures, accounting. Every department must use their accounting principles, and they must account for why they are taking interns or youth and making them as PA. Expand it a little bit very quickly. But I want to use.
It seems that we might have lost the speaker there. It also looks like she's dropped off the call. Now she's back.
Sorry, Chairperson. I think we just had a little bit. May I continue? I'm almost done.
Yes, please continue. We just lost you there for about 30 seconds.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I must apologize, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. To close on my mutually integrated question, let me give you a quick example. Say prior to 1 April 2024, 10 young people applied for a post in the public service. 5 with experience and with qualifications. So I want to give you a very practical example quickly. And 5 without. Yeah? So 5 came in with experience and qualifications and 5 without. What would typically happen is those with qualifications and experience would be prioritized. Now we're saying select positions, executive authorities. Take these positions that do not require experience and qualifications. Advertise these positions. And the reform that we want to see is that you appoint individuals without experience and qualifications so that the public service and government then can make sure that we elevate and give opportunities. Now, in closing, the National Treasury had austerity measures on the advertisement of posts. Now, it's important for the South African public service from time to time to put in control measures, seal up something for a little while. And once it's, flowing easily, this fluidity, you would just open it up, the little lever a little bit, kind of turning the tap. And now that has been deactivated. So what happens is austerity measure, say, like a control measure, limiting the number of posts that could be advertised. But from this year, 1 April, that has been opened. The budgets have been controlled. Everything's going good there. And departments are free to advertise their positions again, particularly on the levels we have mentioned. With that, then, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, colleagues, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both the Public Service Commission and the DPSA for those comments. Members, we still have 9 minutes left.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Honorable Kaba,
Yes, if maybe they can help me about the email to me, these available what you call forms, so that I'll make an example when I'm addressing the youth in my constituency, because I don't know whether they know about this Friday. But today, if I can get some of email addresses, send it to my email. I don't know because I don't have their WhatsApp. Thank you.
Honorable Kaba, I must say I was struggling to hear you. You weren't that clear, but it sounded like you were looking for some contact details. Perhaps the committee secretary can just help us to help you to get in contact and get those contact details which you need. I'm sure that can be arranged, but we can just maybe offline establish exactly what it is you require. Members, if there are no further comments, I think we can then move towards closure of the meeting. I would like to just really thank the Public Service Commission and the Department of Public Service and Administration for your presentations, for all of the well thought through and researched data. We continue to strive to make the Public Service and Administration more professional. And I think both today's themes touch on that professionality, touching on the management of sick leave, and also making sure that we do youth development. And I like the way that it was put, that it's not just about employment of the youth; it's about creating development paths for the youth. I think the right way to look at it. Members, before we adjourn, I would just like to confirm that I have signed and approved a letter on behalf of the committee expressing our condolences on the passing of our former member, and it will be sent to the IFP. And as we have all said on the WhatsApp group, it came with great sadness for us to see the loss of a former member of our committee, and we will share the letter just for so members can see the letter on the WhatsApp group as well. But it will be sent to the IFP just as a sign of condolence and remembrance from us as the committee. Honourable members, with that, thank you very much for your time today. We all have a sitting at 3 o'clock. I think most of us will probably be there. Yes, Honourable Potgieter.
Yes, sorry, just a quick one. I just wanted to get an update on our oversights for the end of this month. Perhaps they can do it offline. I just wanted to get confirmation because I see it's mixed between KZN and the Gibbs course. So if we can possibly just get confirmation in the next week or so. Thanks.
100%, Honourable Potgieter. We will confirm with everybody in writing on our normal channels, but we will give you clarity. We are in the final stages of trying to just organise everything. Honourable Malinga, Honourable Malinga, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I will request in the absentia of 2 departments just to have 1 minute with you and the entire team of the portfolio committee regarding the request that I've sent to you.
I'm happy to see to that. So let me first hear Honourable Telisa's question. Honourable Telisa, please go ahead.
It's not a question, Chairperson. I was going to maybe inform the committee that I know that the committee, which Honourable Sithole was also a member of, the comms, the portfolio on communications, Parliament is making arrangements for the funeral of for the traveling arrangements to the funeral of Honorable Sithole. I don't know if maybe, Chair, you can find members who have got interest to just maybe provide information for them in that regard. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Honourable Lisa. I suspect that's the same matter that Honourable Malinga wants to discuss with the committee as well. Before we move ahead with that, can I just release the Public Service Commission and the Department of Public Service and Administration representatives on the call? The committee will just discuss some internal matters. So if you can just please be excused, and then we will give Honourable Malinga an opportunity to just put his query on the table as well. Honourable Malinga.
Thank you, Chairperson. We're leaving now. We appreciate your reception today.
Thank you very much. Go well, and we look forward to your next presentation. Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Honourable Malinga, please go ahead.
No, yes, Chair. I thought that you were going to share the information that I shared with you last week. In fact, colleagues, it was just the information to the chairperson of the passing of Ubaba Sithole. That was number one. And number two was the issue of the chairperson to check in terms of transport arrangement, as we knew that Ubaba Sithole was part of the committee. He was a former member of the committee, so I was expecting the chairperson to share with us that information. Thank you.
Honourable Malinga, I'm not 100% sure what information you're referring to. I mean, you sent me a request that the committee that we ask if the committee can also attend the funeral service. Are you just referring to that, or is there something else I'm missing? Just please clarify for me.
That's correct. That's correct, Chair.
Okay. No, good. Honourable members, I think Honourable Kilise's contribution was very valuable. I will inquire via the staff on whether there is an opportunity for any members who would like to attend, if that can be facilitated through Parliament. Obviously, we need to inquire via the official channels, but I do not mind, as chairperson, inquiring on all members' behalf, and we will strive to get you an answer before the end of today, if that is acceptable.
Thank you, Chair. And the second part, Chair, I think it's for future references. I've seen in the WhatsApp group that some of us, including myself, when we are coming with questions of clarity, so those people who do have information, they become silenced like a grave. I don't think that is the respectful manner, the way we are behaving there. So it's a humble request that if anyone is coming or is requesting something, let those people who do have information respond. If on that time they don't have information, let them respond. That will come back to you guys in due course. So this tendency of just keeping quiet as if we are speaking with the deaf, I don't think that will assist us in future. So please, let's try to avoid that. That was my only contribution, Chair. Thank you.
No problem, Honourable Malinga. Obviously, if there's something which you have not been answered, you are also welcome to send me a direct message. I do sometimes, in between all of the things we do and all of the WhatsApp groups, I think maybe sometimes a request is missed. So I do apologize for that, but you're also welcome to send me a direct message if that ever happens. But I will strive to make sure that all members' questions get answered. We mean no disrespect, and we we would like all members to have answers to their questions. Honourable Langa, and please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe, Chair, let me start by saying one appreciates that there has been some sort of communication or some
Recording
sort of
stopped.
Letter that has been sent by the committee to the organization. So I'm hoping that the organization then, through its communication channels, will acknowledge that letter. But also, just to say to committee members, leaders, it's never easy losing one of your own, especially someone like Honorable Sutole, whom I think, to those who knew him, was a very jolly person. You know, to him, there was no boundaries. He would communicate with anyone across. So as much as he was like that outside the IFP, he was like that within the IFP as well. So he was more of a unifying soul. So it's very heavy on us as the party, you know, to have lost such a character. So we really appreciate all the messages as well that we have received, in particular from my committee, PSA committee. They really give us strength. But also maybe I thought I share to those who might not have been privy to receiving the arrangements. The arrangements are as follows. Tomorrow, to those who could make it, we will be having a memorial service in Germiston, in Johannesburg, in Germiston Civic Center. It starts at about 3 p.m. So memorial service will be at Germiston Civic Center in Neguruleni at about 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And then the funeral service will be at his homestead in the village of Kudeni, which is in Nkandla. That is where the Stole people come from. So it's in his homestead in Nkandla. That is on Sunday, the 8th of June. It will start at about 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much on that one, Chair. And also, I'm hoping that we will be getting communication if there will be any sort of arrangements, maybe by Parliament or by the committee, to those who can make it as well to the funeral. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Langa, our heart, truly, every single person in the committee, his heart goes out to you. It's a very tough time. It is under horrible circumstances. I remember Honourable Stoli as the last time I saw him, he gave me one of his great big hugs. You know, he was a hugger. He was such a wonderful person, a warm, loving person. So we all feel touched. But I think especially in the IFP, you know, our political parties, our caucuses, it becomes like family. We spend so much time together. So we really do feel sad, and we wish you the absolute best of luck. I have already asked the management committee, the committee secretary, to just inquire from Parliament what support will be given to members of Parliament who wants to attend the funeral. And as soon as we have an indication of that, we will inform members on the group as well. Members, if there are no more issues, then I am happy to close the meeting. If I hope to see most of you today in the plenary at 3 o'clock. It is the governance cluster, so we might actually see each other there later today. Have a blessed day to everybody. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.